Good morning, Commissioners. Chief Choi, Mr. Tifank, Madam Secretary, Mr. Inspector General, Mr. City Attorney, and members of the public. Today is Tuesday, May 10th, 2022. It's 9:32 a.m. This is the special meeting of the Los Angeles Board of Police Commissioners. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
Good morning, Commissioner Briggs.
Present.
Commissioner Decker.
Present.
Commissioner Bonner absent. Commissioner Kalanche absent, and Commissioner Sobroff.
Present.
Let the record reflect that we have a quorum. Also present, we have the Executive Director, the Inspector General, the City Attorney, and sitting in for the Chief of Police, we have Assistant Chief Choi. Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. And for the record, Commissioner Kalanche is on sabbatical and is expected to return in July. We welcome everyone attending this morning. All public comment will be heard during item 2 on the agenda. We will dedicate a total of 45 minutes to public comment. Members of the public will have 1 minute per agenda item for a maximum of 2 minutes total. At the request of the speaker will be given 1 additional minute for general public comment for a maximum of 3 minutes total. Members of the public who participate in public comment are reminded that they can speak to any item on the agenda or a matter within the jurisdiction of the Board of Police Commissioners. Public comment is your opportunity to address the board. So you are free to express your opinion on matters before the board and to generally express when you disagree with other opinions expressed. However, directing your comments to other individuals who have spoken or attacking others who have expressed their opinion shall be deemed off topic and your public comment period will be concluded. Members of the public, if you choose to participate in the public comment portion of the agenda, you can participate in this meeting in one of a number of ways that are outlined on the agenda. At this time, we're going to go to item 1 on the agenda, the report of the Chief of Police. Welcome, Chief Choi.
Thank you very much, and good morning, Commissioner President Briggs and Commissioners, Inspector General Smith, City Attorney Delegated, Mr. Tifank. So today, as the Chief normally does, I'm going to discuss the COVID update, significant events from last week, also provide a crime update and discuss our personnel strength. So starting off with the COVID update, for the week ending May 7th, we are still fairly stable. We're at 83.8% fully vaccinated. That's 10,185 of our employees. We're at 0.3% partially vaccinated, which is 36 of our employees. And then we are at 15.9% not vaccinated, which is 1,930 of our employees. We had 26 new COVID infections reported last week. 18 of those were new infections, and 8 of those were prior infections that were just reported to us last week. 20 of the 26 infected reports were fully vaccinated, and 6 were not vaccinated. We still have 1 employee that's hospitalized. This is the same employee that's been long-term since August of 2021. We have 94 employees that are at home recovering from COVID compared to 70 from last week's number being at home recovering. And again, the vast majority of these symptoms remain mild. There's no additional COVID hospitalizations for our employees from this week, so we're thankful for that. Moving on to significant events. On Wednesday, May 4th, the Chief attended the department's memorial ceremony for our 238 fallen officers and their families. I'd also like to thank the commissioners, Commissioner Briggs, Commissioner Decker, Commissioner Bonner, the Inspector General, Mr. Tifank, for joining us and remembering our fallen officers. This year, we added an additional 27 names to the memorial wall. And this is because we haven't had a memorial ceremony since 2019 prior to the pandemic. And many of those names added were because we did some additional research and we found that there were several line of duty deaths that resulted from the 1918 Spanish flu pandemic, which we were able to add to the wall. We had over 30 families of our fallen officers in attendance. We were able to have this event outside of police headquarters. It was great to be able to gather there together in person for such a meaningful tribute to these officers and their families. And we appreciate everyone's support behind this event. We did have an officer-involved shooting last week. So on Tuesday, May 3rd, at approximately 8:20 a.m., Central officers responded to 1123 West 5th Street. It was for a fire department backup request. When they arrived, they contacted the suspect and tried to speak with that person. Eventually, that suspect pointed a handgun at officers. Officers were able to redeploy, and this turned into a barricaded suspect. SWAT was called and responded. Their crisis negotiation team attempted to establish communications for a significant amount of time. Ultimately, that CNT team declared an impasse. SWAT was then SWAT then introduced chemical agents into this apartment for the suspect to exit. The suspect moved to an open window, leaned out, and fired a round out the window. This resulted in the officer-involved shooting. Suspect was pronounced at scene of Force Investigation Division. Detectives arrived, took over the investigation. I just want to, at this time, just briefly go over our year-to-date officer-involved shooting numbers. So currently, we're at 7 compared to 16 same time last year in 2021. And our fatal officer-involved shooting numbers are currently at 3 versus 6 in 2021. Some additional significant events. On Saturday, May 7th, Chief Moore attended the annual Twice the Citizen banquet at the Getty Center. This event is hosted by the LAPD Reserve Foundation, and it's an opportunity where the department can thank our approximately 400 reserve officers for their significant contributions to the department and the communities they serve. During the last 6 months, we had teams of 10 reserve officers that walked footbeats in numerous areas throughout the city, to include Central area, Hollywood area, Melrose and Vermont corridors, the Venice Beach area, and West LA during the Jewish High Holy Days. The event was covered by CBS News. We had former Governor Wilson and his wife attend, amongst other high-profile individuals. One of the department's first reserve officers, Joseph Wong, was in attendance at 90 years old. It was great to see him there. And this event was attended by nearly 500 LAPD reserve officers, command staff, and community members. And the last significant event I'd like to discuss today was just a traumatic incident. On Sunday, May 8th, around 7:40 a.m., LAPD Topanga patrol officers received a radio call to respond to an assault with a deadly weapon suspect at 22500 block of Victory Boulevard. They arrived at the location, they checked the residence. They found 3 juveniles inside the location, ages ranging from 8 to 12 years old. They were non-responsive. The fire department responded, the paramedics, and they determined all 3 children were deceased. As the investigation continued, the children's mother, 38-year-old Angela Flores, and a 16-year-old subject were detained for further investigation. During this investigation, the mother admitted to killing the children with the assistance of the 16-year-old subject. The mother was arrested for 3 counts of murder and booked at Van Nuys Jail. She is currently being held on $6 million bail. The 16-year-old subject was also arrested for 1 count of murder and is currently being held without bail at Selmar Juvenile Hall. Detectives from our abused child section are leading this investigation. This is an active and ongoing investigation, and it's being presented today to the District Attorney's Office for filing consideration. I can't get into any more details than this at this point, but as you can imagine, this is a horrific and traumatic scene for all involved. We're ensuring that our personnel that was directly exposed to this is being supported by our behavioral science psychologists for their wellness. Moving on to crime. As of the week ending May 7th, our homicides are at 130 versus 128 last year, so we're up 2 or 1.56%. If you remember the prior week, we had 11 homicides. This week we had 8, so we had a 27% drop. Again, although this is making progress, we have to be very cautious. It's only a 1-week picture, and we overall year to date we are still up by 2 homicides. Our victims shot, we also had the same scenario. We had 31 victims shot in the prior week. In this report, we have 21 victims shot. So we saw a significant decrease in victims shot. However, it is a small snapshot. Year to date, we're down 14 victims shot, or 2.8% below where we were last year. So 438 versus 497. I'm sorry, 483 versus 497 this year. However, comparing our victims shot to our 2020 numbers, we're up 62% or over by 186 victims shot. I think from the week over week progress we made because there were some very focused efforts in the South Bureau area by OO and by Officers of Operations and Officers of Special Operations to deploy specifically to named wanted suspects, and also working with our gang reduction youth development folks to go out there and do outreach and to quell any additional retaliatory continued gang violence. I think the chief mentioned in the prior week's report that a lot of this spike in violence the prior week was due to some gang feuds, and we will continue that effort, and hopefully we'll continue to see a reduction in our homicides and shots fired. So overall part one crime is up 11.1%. It's consistent, it's remaining consistent from prior weeks, which was also 11.1%. But at last year at this time, our overall part one crime was down 5.9%. So we're significantly up year over year. Our overall violent crime, we're up 6.7% compared to prior weeks of 7.5%. We made a little progress there. And prior year at this time, our overall violent crime was up 5.5%. We continue to see street robberies lead our violence in that specific area. We're at a 19.1% increase, with Newton area, 77 Southeast and Central showing the largest increases in our street robberies. Our overall property crime is up 12.6% versus 12.3% from the prior week. And last year, this time, in property crime, we were down 9.2%. As the chief also mentioned last week, this week we're the same. All of our property crime areas have seen increases from burglaries, motor vehicle thefts, personal theft being one of our significant or most significant increases. And then moving on to personnel strength, our sworn personnel strength from last update is 9,375. Our civilian personnel staffing level is at 2,662, and our reserve officer deployment or numbers are at 398. And this ends my report.
Thank you, Chief. With respect to our personnel strength, what are the classes looking like that we have coming up?
Well, we just graduated a class of specific LAPD. We did have some Inglewood officers there, but 52. We are at 40 at this next class, and our goal is to have 40 for the next class, and that'll end this fiscal year. Obviously, our goal for the next fiscal year is to have 60 per class for 13 deployment periods, a total of roughly 780 recruits. We are working closely with personnel department. The general manager over there, Dana Brown, is meeting with us weekly, committed to assisting or helping achieve those numbers. And we're looking at all options, as Commissioner Soboroff knows clearly, incentivizing housing, looking at trying to have recruitment bonuses and also signing bonuses for our recruits. So we're looking at all avenues and additional marketing efforts, and quite frankly, processing our candidates are taking these tests in a reasonable time where they're not being offered jobs by other agencies and they're not looking for other employment opportunities because it's taking too long. So we are full throttle ahead trying to get these qualified candidates through the door.
You mentioned marketing efforts. Are we marketing exclusively within the state of California and locally, or are we marketing nationwide?
We are heavily marketing locally, but we are also marketing nationwide. I believe as COVID starts to loosen up, you're going to see our recruitment employment division employees starting to travel once again to specific colleges and locations where they had been going to prior to the pandemic. Now they'll be able to travel and visit those areas in person.
Thank you, Chief. I have no further questions. Any questions from the other commissioners? Commissioner Decker?
Yes, thank you. Chief Choi, as we all know, there have been a few protests in the last week or so as a result of the leak of the draft Supreme Court opinion. Have there been any issues with respect to deployment or other issues that the department has faced?
So for deployment has not been an issue. I think we had a total of 4 protests. We had 3 over this last weekend. We had no issues there. Tuesday night, we did have a a protest that started with about 200 people in front of the federal building. And that protest moved down to 4th and Hill. There was a Department of Homeland Security unit that happened to drive through this group, and it was surrounded. They put out a call for assistance, and additional Homeland Security officers responded. They also got surrounded. These individuals started to vandalize these police cars, and then a help call went out, and that's when LAPD responded. During our response to the help call, one of our officers, initial responding officers, was injured, where this officer exited his vehicle. He was also surrounded. Somebody took his baton from him and struck him with it. He is okay. He's at a hospital. He's okay. The officer was able to recover the baton back, and the suspects did flee. We ultimately, once we got enough resources there, we declared a unlawful assembly, dispersed the group. There were no arrests made there were no arrests made that night. There were no less lethal munitions used other than some batons, and those are being investigated. And there was some vandalism in some of the local areas. What I observed was a lot of spray painting or graffiti on the sidewalks and some of the walls. And that incident that night was the only violence or criminal behavior that we've seen out of these 4 protests this week. And again, our plan is always to facilitate these demonstrations, these protests. In this particular case, we didn't anticipate another agency driving through this group. We did have to come to their aid, and then we had to do what we needed to do to resolve this issue as peacefully as we could. And that's what we did.
All right, thank you very much. Nothing further, Commissioner Briggs. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Decker. At this time, we're going to move to public comment. Madam Secretary, can you please call the first caller?
Okay, first up, we have Hamid Khan. Hamid, you're on.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, yes. What items would you like to speak on?
All of them, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
So there are several items on the agenda today that there's a whole lot of monies attached to that, almost to the tune of about $20+ million when you're looking at the Axon contract, the other contracts that are there for the record management system. And it raises several questions that we have. I mean, first of all, starting off with the RMS system itself. I mean, I think what we are looking at is this major expansion for data collection and association to people, places, and things completely unscrupulously, because this is the history that we have seen. This is the process that we have seen followed. And then, just the issue about record management. I mean, this is not the first time the RMS system is getting such a major expansion. Back in 2015, when prior to that, the record management system was expanded from donations. Then through that time period in 2017 and 18 and 19, how money is close to a tune of about $10 to $12 million has been poured in this. But the issue here is that we don't look at it. The problem is not with records management, but I think the issue here is that how records management extends and intensifies the very logic of LAPD that has been using, that how presumption of guilt is then legitimized with the assignment of criminality. And by which I mean that going back to the history of Operation Laser, going back to predictive policing, going back to broken windows, going back to weed and seed, going back to gang databases and gang injunctions, that the goal remains the same: how to criminalize, how to trace and track and monitor, how to contain and control, which leading to extreme forms of violence. We saw that how young people were murdered in laser zones. So that's really a huge issue that we are right now facing. Now bring in the other issues at hand, what we are looking at in the context of social media tracking, social media monitoring, social network network analysis, this integration of information through Axon systems of body camera and dash camera with high-speed processing. I mean, this is once again how what we can call digital Jim Crow or digital, just racial profiling is happening by just claiming that it's a computer. It's a computer that guides us, and computers are race neutral. And we've seen the issue of what has happened with predictive algorithms and artificial intelligence and the millions of hours of body camera. And then this is also something that we were lied to by Cynthia McLean Hill, that evidence.com is not being used, where in your own documents it's clearly being now.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have P. Miller.
Yes, can you hear me?
Hi, yes. What items would you like to speak on?
Yes, all of them.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Yes, good morning, Commissioners and Chief Moore and Chief Choi. This past week, there were 10 street takeovers, primarily in the San Fernando Valley. Thank you to LAPD Street Racing Task Force and CHP. If DA Gascon fails the citizens to prosecute any of the felony charges, then if possible, encourage federal prosecution, especially if these drivers are coming in from out of state or transporting illegal items across state lines. Would also encourage this commission to advocate for stronger penalties. Apparently, these drivers have a lot of money to burn, and if a driver has this much disrespect for the safety of the community and rips up the roads, forget a 30-day impound. Lose your license, lose the car or motorcycle or ATV permanently, and face substantial fines. And if these people are being paid to intentionally create chaos on the streets of LA and other surrounding communities, go after whomever is pulling the strings. Regarding your 45-minute comment period, more than enough time. And the majority of law-abiding citizens and small business owners support the LAPD. You know, community members do not call comedians to show up at a homicide scene or call radical professors to deal with child predators. But perhaps we should. That would certainly reimagine policing. But no, we have coffee with a cop, not coffee with a comrade. And it's very interesting. A new story finally just came to light. A social justice nonprofit buys a $6 million compound in Studio City. If there are any real journalists listening or staffers at political offices, do your job. Community members are tired of the con game, tired of being lied to, and selective reporting. When 13 out of 15 council members voted to defund the police, those council members and their field deputies, they fractured relationships with senior lead officers and community members. So council members need to do some heavy lifting and repair those relationships. And certainly at 9375 on the numbers of officers, the LAPD needs to replenish its numbers. Other city agencies need to step up to shoulder that shared responsibility and work with Chief Moore and the LAPD. And in closing, commissioners, with upcoming elections and possible changes, it might be a good time to briefly recap what you have accomplished and future recommendations. It may be helpful for the final 2 mayoral candidates to review and better answer the community what direction they envision and support the LAPD taking. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have caller ending 3146.
Morning.
Good morning. What items would you like to speak on?
I'd like to do closed session issues with the LAPD, speaking on the low-hanging fruit developer on the Commission for Public Input. That's how we do it.
Okay, 3 minutes.
So, thanks. On closed session, you shot at a guy 5 times and didn't hit him. Where did the bullets go? And they didn't have any shields. They could have got some shields, right? So let's look at other issue with the closed sessions. Of the cams are blocked by the car door frames. So we couldn't see what happened to Eric Rivera. We couldn't see what happened to a guy named Rodriguez. They both had fake guns. One guy's dead, one guy got shot, right? And on trials, we don't put the death penalty on people who are mentally ill. We don't do that. And the officer is supposed to take a blood test, right? So if you don't protect the officers, then they're going to shoot people. Or like Gracerio Mack, they shot him on the ground, but there's a New York City police officer. He's on trial for shooting somebody on the ground. So moving on here, the city council budget increased. They're saying get rid of the budget, right? Well, the gas price doubled, so they're going to need some of that. But what would change things is not in the jurisdiction of the commission, so you're worthless, right? And you keep being told to reallocate the budget to homeless people. Well, if you did that, you'd be kicked off the commission and possibly put in jail. So it's not anything you can do, but you let it go on week after week after week, telling you to do something you can't do. Moving on, let's talk about money. You know, balancing a dollar in personal conduct, spend less than you earn, gets everybody homeless off the street, but they won't do that, right? That's crazy. More black crime. You know, in support of black people, I would think that the commission, I would think that they wouldn't commit crime because they turn themselves back over to slavery. As soon as they commit crime, black people are put into slavery. I thought they hated the white guy. They hated
This
slavery.
is off topic.
But
Let's move to
every
the
time
next
they commit,
caller.
Okay, next we have Betty Light.
Good morning.
Good morning. What items would you like to speak on?
I'd like to speak on Chief's report, a couple of agenda items and public comment, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Okay, first off, I'd like to thank Assistant Chief Choi for his report. It was very much accepted, and I support any of the agenda items regarding donations. And I'd like to add that our dedicated LAPD volunteer that was in the hospital, and I asked for prayers last week, a couple weeks ago, has passed away. And we're all mourning. He's been very dedicated throughout the San Fernando Valley and LAPD. And it's a little hardening right now, so I'm going to have to yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next we have Oscar Portillo Jr.
Yes, good morning. Can you guys hear me okay?
Good morning. Yes, what items would you like to speak on?
I'd like to speak on all of them, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Okay, I'd like to start with a quote. Blessed are the peacekeepers, for they shall be called the children of God. Matthew 5:9. Since this week is National Police Officers Week, and since nobody speaks up for our officers anymore, instead they are berated and treated as enemy of the people, I feel it is my duty to say something. It is no secret that morale is at a record low, with some officers describing that they feel like a Vietnam veteran returning home to a country that hates them due to the constant verbal abuse, not only by our leadership representatives, but also by these hoodlums and thugs who have nothing else better to do than to go out and constantly harass our officers. Our officers, who we depend on for our safety and security, feel beaten, they feel bruised, and feel abandoned by the council, the commission, and the chief. National Police Week is a way to honor and show a little appreciation and gratitude to our men and women who risk their lives every day to keep our families and our children safe. Showing your appreciation is a significant morale booster. It shows our officers that we indeed stand with them, that the community is behind them, and that we firmly believe in what they do is for the greater good of the people. It's important to let our officers know that the community is behind them and we support them. At this time, I would like to extend an invitation to citizens and civilians around Los Angeles and abroad to show a little appreciation and love to our officers. Just a little smile of appreciation, a little token of gratitude, a small thank you is so small yet has so much significance. Individuals and governments have a responsibility to honor their brave instead of using them as punching bags as they have been doing as of now. Our officers deserve better. Our communities that depend on the safety and security of our officers deserve better. We must do better. I yield my time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next we have caller ending 5521.
Hello.
Hi, what items would you like to speak on?
Hi there. 1, 2, and 4.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Hi, my name's Bill Watkins. I tried to speak last week, but I messed up. The Zoom process is complicated sometimes. I wanted to see the members. I appreciate you all staying on screen. Sometimes I feel like you guys leave the screen to listen to us. I appreciate it. Gosh, on public comment, a couple things. Just reviewing code for the city attorney, De La Guerra, and for others, and looking at professional standards. I look at Penal Code 835 as at least a standard, I think, for force, for lethal force. I think it needs to be reviewed again. It was reviewed in 2020. Let me look. I'm sorry. I'm going to look at the wording of the code. I just pulled it up. It's use of deadly force when necessary, only when necessary in defense of human life. I just want it to be researched scientifically to realize that stopping a human heart is not necessary to stop someone from committing crimes and harm. There's a lot to do between nothing, which is not good necessarily, and ending someone's life, stopping their heart. Just needs obvious review to me, who studies law, and every word matters in code. And I just think we need to keep reviewing and keep looking at non-lethal ways to de-escalate problems, which I really appreciate what LAPD has done since we made a fuss in 2013, 14, 15. We had a de-escalation policy March of 2016 that I was really proud of, really excited about, and we just need to keep going. From last week, what I was going to say on the use of force, executive summary, and then there's the full report. Executive summary, it's page 13. It's department core values. I wanted to point out, and I put it on my written public comment, that there happens to be a nice little space there on that page, bottom right. I like spaces as a writer. It makes me excited, someone who studies law, and there's, I think, another core value that can be researched and thought of. And I wanted to present the concepts, be really rare in this kind of European setup that we've done here on this once native land without guns. I think a reverence, let's just say a respect for the environment would be a nice core value, a nod to the earth, a nod to peace. I don't think the word peace is put forth once in the core values of LAPD. The word peace is not there, as I understand. And I see nothing about the environment, literally like just treating our environment right. And I want us to please meditate on that, our use of helicopters and the amount of noise we're putting in, among other things. Thanks. God bless. Love you all. Peace.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Angel.
All items, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Since you always start with COVID stats, I'll start with that as well. 20 out of the 26 new COVID cases are fully vaccinated. Please reverse your mandate of this ineffective shot, which has proven side effects, including myocarditis, blood clots, paralysis, and even death. Let officers choose if the so-called benefit outweighs the risk. When us concerned citizens called in a year ago discussing COVID shots, you censored, silenced, and condemned us, claiming we were spreading misinformation, or now the new term is disinformation. It's funny how truth should be a constant, but according to this board and your fancy city attorney, truth changes, and you get to determine what's true or false, but it's based on political correctness at the time. Get rid of Bluestone testing, since it was a no-bid contract connected to other board commissioners who are getting rich off of it. While I support police, I'm disappointed in how difficult it is to get police help. Is it because they're underfunded, understaffed, their hands are tied? We pay our taxes, we follow the laws, we raise our kids right, but we feel like we're sitting ducks. Do us minivan driving soccer moms need to apply for a concealed carry? Is that what it's coming to? Maybe we need to look for ways of implementing community policing and protecting our own neighborhoods. If David Chappelle, who has his own private security, gets attacked and it's only filed as a misdemeanor, not a felony, How much more are us nobodies without private security unprotected? I know this is the DA's decision, but we're scared and wondering what's going to happen when we're the victims. In light of the Roe v. Wade Supreme Court leak and the increasing riots and violence, how will LAPD protect the community, in particular, pro-life pregnancy clinics and churches? And if these religious institutions, buildings, parishioners are attacked, will you classify these crimes as hate crimes? I'll remind you that religion is a protected class. Board of Police Commissioners, help LAPD and as law-abiding citizens. Elections have consequences. I hope we get a mayor who will appoint a new chief of police who has a moral compass. Everyone, please sign the recall Gascon. We're almost there. God bless everyone. I yield my time.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Steve Rogers.
Good morning.
Good morning. What items would you like to speak on?
2, 1, and 3, 4 in that order.
Okay, 3 minutes.
The United States of America is a constitutional republic where all children of God and all lives matter. Since this is National Police Memorial Month and the actual day is May 15th, National Police Memorial Day, I'd like to start off with a prayer for police officers. O Almighty God, whose great power and eternal wisdom embraces the universe, watch over all police officers and law enforcement. Protect them from harm in the performance of their duty to stop crime, robberies, riots, and violence. And let them know we the people, appreciate their sacrifices and service and the sacrifices of their families, and they are respected and loved. And now, going on to the report of the chief. Chief Choi, excellent report, reminiscent of Jack Webb, just the facts, much appreciated. And one of those facts are that there are 26 new cases of COVID and 20 of the 26 were fully vaccinated, so-called vaccinated. That should tell us something. This is an error. It's time to change course. There were 1,000, if I got it right, 790 officers not vaccinated. That's bigger than probably 95% of the police departments across the country. So we need to grant an amnesty to them, be merciful and magnanimous. I ask that of the chief, of the police commission, and anyone who has any influence on that issue. I want to second what Angel said. Everything she said was right on target, and Oscar also, Betty Lay, and the speaker before Betty Lay, whose name I do not remember. A shout out and respect and salute for Reserve Officer Joseph Wong, 90 years old. I had the honor of being able to meet him at a community meeting, and I want to salute him and all the reserve officers that really make great sacrifices and they don't receive a salary. So we all should respect them and honor them in their service. And also I want to mention the volunteer that Betty Lay mentioned. Thank you to all the volunteers. May that volunteer rest in peace. I will include that volunteer in my prayers. And we need more police officers. Morale is down. Think about what you're going to do to improve the situation. We're in the latter innings of this game. There'll be a new mayor and maybe a new police commission soon. What is your legacy going to be? What are you going to do to turn this department around? And so morale improves, officers become more proactive, and as a result, crime will decrease. We're depending on you. The time is now. Please do what you can for the community. The people are suffering from crime and violence. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Q Jean-Marie.
Good morning. I would like to speak on all of the.
Okay. 3 minutes.
I would like to begin by saying, indeed, blessed are the peacemakers. And we know that the context of that verse was not policing. Dr. King said that peace is not the absence of conflict. And so oftentimes it takes conflict to come to the place of peace. Those who do work prior to policing are also peacemakers. The entire community is responsible for being peacemakers. Lastly, there are people who use police as weapons against those they agree with, communities that have been historically abused by police. People call in and speak about radical professors or houses bought by Black organizations or purchased by a Black organization, yet they are allowed to speak and direct their statements towards those folks. But yet still, it pales compared to the $3.5 billion that we've spent on policing and the billions we've spent throughout our society. It is interesting that in our city, you can see the conflict and you can see the difference because LA is not monolith. LA has so many different people, but you can see the conflict that's the undergirding of American society that has began a long time ago. And so the conflict and the undergirding, it's clear that white folks and Black folks or see things totally different, right, in this city. And that's going to bubble over. We just had the uprising, right? The memorial of the uprising, and we talked about the conflict between different people groups in our communities. Right here at the police commission, this is ground zero. You can see the conflict, right? You can see how certain people want tougher crime and they want more police. So because they think police going after those people, those thugs, as they've been saying on these calls, and those criminals, police to go brutalize them. We know who they're talking about. We know they're directing these statements directly towards Black and brown community. We're not stupid. We're not silly. Everybody on this commission knows that. So if we want a society that is a society that is equitable, we need to fight to make that society equitable. We can't keep pouring more and more resources into one organization and continue to neglect communities that have been pushed into ghettos since the second Great Migration. Ghettos didn't just arrive in this nation. It was designed. It's not de facto segregation, it's de jure segregation, and we've never dealt with those issues. And that's why we have all this conflict.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Matios Kadain.
Hello?
Hi, what items did you like to speak on?
All of them, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
And Ms. Secretary, I've noticed you don't name the following caller like you have been historically. There is an issue of, this board curating callers in the past. So I think we should name the fact that we changed that or say why. I'm going to dive right into what Hamid was talking about earlier about these donations to increase surveillance, particularly the remote record management systems. So the RMS actually seeks to, the way it works is it aggregates information very similarly to how Palantir works. And Palantir and RMS, they actually allow you to manually link persons or places or things if they suspect a connection. So this allows the LAPD to arbitrarily target individuals for criminalization and then justifying it by saying the program said that they were inherently criminal in some way. And so the expansion of RMS actually comes in the wake of years of community uproar against Palantir. Software addition would allow LAPD to disavow Palantir while replacing it with a system that operates similarly but at a larger scale, ensuring the LAPD can efficiently target and harm communities even after Palantir is gone. And I remember Dominic Choi was saying that the LAPD kind of unexpectedly came to DHS's aid, but there's actually lots of records of the LAPD working with federal agencies. And it's actually written into the proposal for this software. They talk about this is a quote, collaboration is maximized by connecting dispatchers and field personnel in real time and optimizing interoperability with other agencies. And this consolidation of information between multiple agencies isn't new. What's being described here is an information sharing environment, the cultivation of which has been in the work for nearly 2 decades. Another addition that's in the proposal is how this software uses artificial intelligence, AI-based analytics that will transform video surveillance from reactive monitoring to automated proactive alerts when a person, object, or vehicle interest is detected. So this looks like, the Black Grey's Anatomy crew member, Ernest Simon Jr., being wrongfully stopped due to ALPRs. It looks like the constant harassment of Black and brown Angelenos. This kind of, this grants the LAPD more freedom to harass people, dismissing the sham of restricting pretextual stops the LAPD danced around a month ago. So this designation of criminality, this designation of persons of interest, like the designation of chronic offenders in the LASER program, it's arbitrary and wholly racist. It's just used to automate and expedite the targeted criminalization of Black and brown community members. And this is just a strengthening of the architecture of surveillance. We see that in the new Axon contract too. This consolidation of body-worn video and dash cam service that would facilitate this data gathering. We even see that they work in tandem with the dash cam footage activating body-worn video. And we know that they don't exist in a vacuum. There's FRT, facial recognition technology tied to this, other biometrics. We reject the sham, we reject the surveillance and targeting of our communities. I yield my time.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Nini.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, yes. What items would you like to speak on?
All of them?
Okay, 3 minutes.
Cool. Yeah, so I just wanted to speak. First on item 3D about the expanding of LAPD's drone capabilities through a donation by the Lesia Infinity survey software. Just kind of reiterates, initially in 2017, when the drone pilot program was initially launched, the community continued to talk about and warn against mission creep, and thousands of public comments, emails, and petitions that said no to a drone pilot program for LAPD, with only 6% of the public in support of drone usage. And it still gets passed, and that's something that is not only particular to the drone fight, but as we see with multiple different fights, whether it's the license plate readers, whether it's the expansions of different policing programs that continue to just give data entry and data points for LAPD, which of course they continue to do to create their narrative and to justify the overcriminalization and the racist infrastructure that is embedded and is core to LAPD. It's not an intent to cause harm, but it's actually it's not only the intent to cause harm, but it's created and kind of it's a principal value in LAPD and in the police state that we currently live in. And on item 4C, a $14 million contract with the city and Motorola, which continues to provide funds, right? And we see how donation items get also put into that. But the continued providing that information to gather, to be able to allow LAPD officers to be able to have such sensitive information of thousands of residents, regardless of whether or not they have a criminal history. And even if you look at LAPD's own disciplinary hearings and disciplinary actions, I believe on the website at LAPD, there is a disciplinary penalties section. And I'm not sure if the commissioners, who some seem to be kind of falling asleep here, on this call, but if you actually take a look at the disciplinary penalties, and I'll just take a few minutes or a few seconds to talk about the different programs or the different disciplinary history of LAPD officers and why it shows that officers should not be granted this amount of data. On April of 2022, so April of last month, police officer 3 who was assigned patrol was on duty search complaint without authorization. The only form of discipline was admonishment. In April that same year, last month, a senior detentions officer who was assigned custody was on duty and appropriately used the department computer systems for non-duty related activities.
Okay, thank you. Next we have T.
Hello?
Hi, what items would you like to speak on?
All of them.
Okay, 3 minutes.
First off, power and strength to all the families who lost their loved ones by law enforcement. I think it's truly disgusting that this commission, time and time again, week after week, allows these pro-blue, white, racist, white supremacist people to come on this call and attack people. The DA and organizations are not on this agenda. Yet time and time again, it is very dangerous what y'all are doing, that you allow folks come on here and items that aren't on agenda and attacking others. And they're clearly a right-wing white supremacist militia of people. It's completely dangerous that you keep allowing this. Historically, policing is founded in slave catching, and not much has changed in the way that you are attacking Black and brown bodies out here. They're dropping on the streets daily, and y'all go over these statistics like it's nothing. Lives are being lost. Dr. Abdullah has had SWAT teams come to her house with her children present, and y'all are responsible for this. Y'all are attacking. Moore said that the protest, that the blood of George Floyd is on the hands of the protesters. Uprisings keep happening for a reason. Historically, colonization is still going on today through gentrification, through the prison systems, through redlining, through y'all killing our folks out here. This is not a joke and it's not a game. And y'all allow these people to come on here and spread false information, misinformation, propaganda about our people. I am not going to tolerate it myself. We won't stand for this. We're going to keep coming and speaking truth to power. Do you understand this? You cannot allow your folks to come on here with these really poorly scripted wording. Okay, it's unfounded. We demand that Michael Moore is fired. Y'all's department, nothing was defunded. Y'all get $3.8 billion a year to come out and terrorize Black and brown communities and kill folks. And you go over the statistics like bodies and lives are nothing. Abolish the police.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Zach Sherwin.
Yes, all the items, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Yeah, just to echo whoever spoke earlier about this, please start saying who's on deck again. It's like sort of hostile that you used to tell us and now that you don't. And if you're going to keep doing that, you or Briggs should at least provide some sort of in-character sham explanation for why that's happening. Other more informed callers than I have spoken to the agenda items that are going to just continue to expand the architecture of surveillance in this city. But I just want to voice my opposition to these donations for software for more drones and for these record-keeping software suites. It's all just, it's garbage and you shouldn't vote for it. Meeting in person. Why aren't we doing it? City Council is doing it again. I mean, perhaps you're going to say something after the public comment period. It sure would be nice if the public comment period came later in the meeting so that we would have a chance to respond. But since we haven't heard anything, City Council is back in session. And when I think about why you might not want to meet in person again, I think about the time that Shane Murphy Goldsmith made a snarky comment about how people in the meeting wouldn't be satisfied with anything short of abolition. And then she had to apologize for that. I'm thinking about the time that one commissioner who actually still serves on this board, sometimes sans trousers, called a community member and I quote here because I know some callers don't like profanity, fucking asshole. And I think the truth is, commissioners, is that you get flustered when you're real people in a room with real other people and you don't like being there. And it's uncomfortable because, again, the people who are just abstractions on this call to you and who you can hang up on the with the press of a button become real people. So I'm sure you'll drag this charade on as long as you can, but just know that we see you. I'm certainly not talking about any of the specific callers today, but I'm thinking about how Chief Moore has sometimes referred to police as peacekeepers. And, I'm just wondering if that includes, if keeping peace includes like providing medical aid after shooting people, or shooting a 14-year-old girl to death in a dressing room, or blowing up a fireworks truck, even refusing to get vaccinated, sort of a more passive kind of keeping that peace. Does that all sound to you, commissioners, like actions that are consistent with keeping the peace? It's a rhetorical question. And I guess finally, I'll just say that nothing says I'm a real person and not a pro-cop plant reading talking points off a document, like referring to a recently attacked comedian as David Chappelle. That's definitely what everybody calls him. I yield the rest of my time to the meeting.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Laura Wood.
Hello, how are we doing today?
Hi, what items would you like to speak on?
All of them, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Okay, I want to talk about the fact that week in, week out, we get the same people that are being privileged enough to talk. How is that possible? While I know that Melina Abdullah has been waiting to speak and countless other members have been waiting to speak of the community. I don't understand what is being happening here. Why is it the fact that that's unacceptable? Another thing I want to highlight is this. We know we're in a police state. Nothing is being done. Nothing's going to be changed about it. The same racist, pro-white individuals call in weekly, and of course they get their spot to talk. And all that they do is they want for a community where law enforcement doesn't have to be vaccinated, doesn't have to be held accountable, and continue their slave patrol tendencies. That is unacceptable. We're now in 2022. We as the people, we're enlightened enough and we're bringing it to light. People of the board, enough is enough. Look at the data. Look at the data. This needs to stop. Once again, cops could go ahead and shoot rounds off in their apartments, and I guarantee you nothing will be done to that. Why is it that that's happening? I'm just sick to my stomach. This is just egregious on every level whatsoever. So for the rest of my time, I'm gonna have a moment of silence for all the Black and brown people that are continually targeted and hunted by these slave patrol individuals who swear to protect all.
Madam Secretary, please go to the next caller.
Of course you would.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have MJ King. MJ, you're on.
Good morning.
Good morning. What items would you like to speak on?
All items.
Okay, 3 minutes.
First of all, as a resident of one of the most surveilled and over-policed communities in Los Angeles, I am against all funding of any increased surveillance. I do not support any of this donations, backdoor, anything that Sobroff is working on to fund these. I'm really curious when we're going to start looking into all of this corruption. When it comes to what happened on Tuesday near Pershing Square, the LAPD coordinated with the community organizers who organized the protests after the leaked documents of what's coming up for Roe v. Wade. On the report today, the person who made the report changed their story from when they first described it as DHS happened to drive through and then later said pulling up. What happened was DHS pulled up at high speeds on community members. almost injuring them, running out, escalating the situation. There would not have been violence or an escalation if DHS had not come as they did. What are they doing? They're federal agents. They were 4 or 5 blocks from the federal courthouse. There was no reason for them to be there, no reason to ask for backup, no reason that LAPD should have responded. LAPD knew that the protesters, peaceful protesters, as folks do when they are protesting injustice, they organized with them. They knew they were going to Pershing Square. They knew they were going to be there. The only reason LAPD had to ask for people to leave is because DHS escalated the situation, turning over carts, hitting people with batons. And last,
Did we lose the caller, Madam Secretary? Madam Secretary, I can't hear the caller. Please go to the next caller, and that'll be the last caller.
Okay, and our next caller is Blue.
Hello.
Okay, what items did you like to speak on?
All of them, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Thank you so much for the time and the platform. 45 minutes is enough time to discuss our topics week after week. So thank you for that. I just want to discuss, again, the appreciation we have for LAPD. No, they're not racist. No, they're not criminal. No, they're not gangs. These are men and women, good men and women that go out there every single day to a city of 4 million to try and protect and serve us to the best of their ability. And it's interesting how, an officer can get hurt or beat with a baton, and it's minor. It's it doesn't make the news, or it's not a big deal, because of course it's a police officer that was injured. And again, these false narratives and false information, yes, and I will say it, that is spewed out week after week, is very dangerous to our communities and very dangerous to our officers. The LA Times spent an entire article yesterday on officers and masks and not getting reprimanded. And it's a shame how people call and want more money invested in our communities and invested in programs and invested in citizens. Well, the time and effort and quote unquote investigation about unmasked police officers, I think that resources and the money spent on that could have actually been put to better use than this 248 claims by an individual or individuals who was going around filming officers without masks. That's where a resource can be put into place. And that's where this time is wasted on this nonsense that can be put again to other resources in our communities and our kids and programs out there where the callers are requesting where the funds be placed. Well, there's a prime opportunity right there. I just want to thank our police officers. I want to thank them for their efforts. I want to thank them for trying to keep us safe. And it's heartbreaking to hear what they go through week after week, regardless of what it is. No, I'm not a racist. No, I'm not a white supremacist. I'm a community member that lives in the heart of LA, that supports police, that supports safety, that supports security. And this crime infestation that we're in is horrendous. It's an embarrassment. So just because we call in and support our police officers does not make us citizens that are blue or planted, or we're just community members that are trying to be safe. I went out to downtown LA yesterday, and unfortunately we had to leave because of what we were being approached with and harassed and intimidated. But that's how bad it's gotten. We can't even enjoy a day out in downtown LA shopping and having lunch. So thank you, LAPD.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. That's the end of the public comment period. One of the callers reminded us that it is National Police Week. And on behalf of the fellow commissioners on the Board of Police Commission, I want to thank all sworn and civilian members of the police department. Each day you come to work, you help keep our city safe. I want to thank you for everything that you do. I'm sure that all the citizens of Los Angeles thank and appreciate you. And I want you to know that we here at the commission appreciate you as well. Thank you. With that, I go to item 3 on the agenda, the consent agenda items. Are there any items that a commissioner wishes to discuss? Seeing none, I move that we approve items 3A, B, C, and D. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Thank you.
Mr. President, there's a technical correction on item 3C. The amount for the donation to the Training Bureau is $11,155. The backup material has the correct number. The chief's transmittal shows it as 5,000, and that's what we copied onto the agenda. But the support material and the correct number is $11,155.
Thank you, Mr. Tifa. All in favor of the consent agenda items, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Motion carries. At this time, we're going to go to item 4A, the report of the department with respect to research regarding deployment of police officers on the impact of crime prevention and crime. Can we have Commander Laurie come forward, please? Good morning, Commander Laurie. How are you?
Good morning, Commission President. Good to see you. Let me share screens here so we can make this happen. President Briggs, can you see my presentation? Okay. President Briggs, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Okay. And you can see my PowerPoint. Wonderful.
Yes.
All right. Good morning, commissioners. Good morning, Chief Choi, Mr. Tifank, and Mr. Inspector General. I'm here. I'll have a brief presentation. Commissioner Briggs approached me about a month ago and asked our office to look into the state of the academic, the more formal research out there about whether increasing police deployment leads to a reduction in crime. This turns out to be an interesting and quite complicated question, and I'm here to report the results of that research. The short answer is yes. More officers in a given area do reduce crime. And there are some qualifications that make this an even more interesting answer. Maybe the most important one is that it specifically affects these 4 crimes. So by increasing the presence of police officers in an area, we especially reduce the rate of murder, robbery, auto theft, and aggravated assault. And today I'll just take a few minutes to discuss how I came to this conclusion, the type of research we did, and especially how this may affect Los Angeles. So here was our methodology for today's presentation. First, I reviewed the academic studies that are out there, and the library of these studies is almost infinite. Criminologists, economists, social scientists, they've been interested in this problem for many, many years. So there's a lot of good work out there. I met personally with the 2 leading researchers in this area, who I'll introduce you to digitally in a moment. And then finally, I looked at large city data throughout the country, not just here in Los Angeles, but in other major cities that have experienced fluctuations in deployment of officers and what has happened to crime in those cities. Specifically, these are some of the journals that have published reviews. Again, the library is quite extensive. I wanted to take a cross section to make sure that my results were durable. And you'll see here academic institutions represented, nonprofits, NGOs, government institutions. So we tried to get a cross section of different folks who have looked into this type of research. The research spanned from pre and post 9/11 studies all the way through today, and through some of the times where policing has undergone significant change in this country, and the results remain remarkably consistent. Then I met with these 2 scientists. They are both professors, one an economist, one a criminologist. They have published so many works on the subject that the PowerPoint would be twice as long if I included their CV. But suffice to say, they are experts in the arena and quite nonpartisan. Especially Professor Williams jokingly reminded me in one of our several interviews that, hey, Steve, I'm just a numbers guy. And the numbers bear out that more cops do reduce crime. And these two individuals sidestep really any social or political conversation. They just want to see what the numbers show. And their research was critical to reaching our results today. So a synopsis of fairly extensive research in the interest of brevity and clarity is that as economists, not only are the leaders in this field convinced that more cops will reduce crime, but being unapologetic numbers folks, they tried to assign some statistical significance to what an officer on the beat means and what it can do to a large city. Depending on the research you look at, the experts, especially Professor Chalfin, believe that somewhere between 10 and 17 officers deployed to the field reduces murders in a large city by approximately 1. Of course, that's not a guarantee that, say, 100 officers equals 10 fewer murders, but this is what the broad numbers bear out. That an approximate 3.5% increase in officers is about a 5% reduction in violent crime. And interestingly, all populations are not helped equally. The crimes you are likely to reduce are disproportionately affecting potential Black and Hispanic victims. And this makes sense, of course, given the socioeconomic makeup of many of our country's largest cities. Another really interesting note, and it applies not only to the statistics, but to the sort of ongoing conversation we're having about policing right now, is that arrests for serious crimes like the 4 that I discussed tend to go down in the areas where these benefits occur. And this supports some other research that it is the physical presence of these officers that is reducing crime, more so than them necessarily having handcuffs on suspects and taking them to jail. And just to make sure that we weren't biasing our research by focusing on just 2 live interviews and 2 experts in the field, there is a committee of 64 of the world's leading economists and criminologists who study crime. And they were surveyed about 4 years ago about this very simple question. Does increasing the number of officers and officer funding reduce crime? They come from all walks of life as far as their beliefs, the types of work that they've published. This is a very broad-based group, and they're frequently consulted on matters affecting criminology. 64% of them agree or strongly agree on that 5-point scale we've all seen, that increasing the number of police officers will reduce crime. Only 16% disagreed, and a small caveat to that small number, some of them felt that the questions weren't specific enough as to where those officers would be deployed. Because the research I'm discussing today, commissioners, talks about officers out in the community on beats. And the folks who disagreed with the statement on the survey, the vast majority of them felt we needed to be more specific about, well, where are these cops going to work? And this is about officers visible out in the community. So then we looked at a few cities across the country to make sure we weren't being sort of Los Angeles focused. The Dallas Police Department has something they call the rapid response goal. They want their officers, depending on the year, it's either 6 to 8 minutes to get to emergency calls within a certain amount of time. The feeling being, of course, those are the most urgent goals. Interestingly, that sometimes forces officers to leave their assigned beat area. This makes sense. If I am the closest officer to an emergency outside of my assigned patrol area, I may be sent there so that I can get there quickly to address an emergency. When that occurred, a 10% reduction in officers spending time in their assigned area led to a 7.4% increase in Part 1 crime in the area they had left. This is an important part of the research because it also shows sort of the reverse effect of the question that Commissioner Briggs was asking. Not only do more cops apparently decrease crime, but we can sort of prove the inverse, that when we force officers to leave an area, in this case for a valid reason, for an unrelated emergency, that area does suffer an increase in crime. Then we looked at the terror alert level, and there's quite a few papers published on this topic. This is what they call a natural experiment. No one was using the terror alert level to attempt to reduce crime. But that's good in that it gives us raw data that's unadulterated by what anybody's goal may have been. So here's an interesting point. In both New York and Washington, D.C., when the terror alert was elevated after 9/11, we all remember the color-coded system. One of the effects of that was that it freed up overtime in those two cities to deploy lots of officers. Again, the intent here was a counterterrorism effect. However, when those extra beat officers were sent out, these scientists studied, well, then what happened to just regular Part 1 crime, not terror related? And every time that the risk went to severe, crime went down 6% as those officers flooded the most populated areas doing their counterterrorism mission. So another way that we saw the simple presence of them there reduce crime. Interestingly, in New York, those officers were often sent with the direction to only involve themselves in police work of major importance. So they were quite literally just there to be visible and present in the community, and they had a 6% reduction. And conversely, when that terror alert went down and funding became less prevalent, so many of those overtime officers were removed, you saw a resultant increase of exactly the same percentage. Now, Los Angeles. There have been 3 events in Los Angeles, 3 areas where we have good data on a sudden increase, if you will, in deployment. And I know that in other commission meetings, we've talked about these 3 details before, so I'll just highlight what the LA results were. In Venice Beach, there had been a Venice Beach detail, which was specifically assigned to the reporting districts that are near the ocean to reduce crime. Because of budget concerns and funding requirements, that detail fell down to 6 officers when it had hovered between 20 and 30 at other times in its deployment in September 2020 to August of 2021. That resulted in a 71% increase in aggravated assaults, among other Part 1 crimes that went up. To address this significant increase, an overtime detail was established to try and sort of reimburse some of the officers that were at that Venice Beach detail prior. So a sergeant and 8 officers began working weekends. And if you look at the 8 months prior to that deployment and the 8 months following it, there's a 21% reduction in Part 1 crime and a 35% reduction in aggravated assaults, which are our most serious assaults, once that overtime detail was established. So again, an experiment that shows reducing the number of officers present in this small defined area led to an increase of crime, and returning them led to a decrease. Another place that the commissioners are well familiar with from this and other presentations is the downtown and Skid Row area, where an initial program called Safer Cities, it's now called Reset, shows similar results. In the 3 years before Safer Cities was established, there was an average Part 1 crime number of about 1,900, a little more, 1,950. And the 3-year average, once those 50 officers were deployed to this fixed area, was about 1,200, just over, which represents a 38% decrease in Part 1 crimes. And finally, in Hollywood, where I was the commanding officer prior to this assignment, and I sort of witnessed this firsthand, there was a 42% decrease in Part 1 crimes once we initiated the Hollywood Entertainment District detail, which was long before my time. This was a product of Chief Bratton and then Captain Gramala, who acknowledged an increase in crime as the Hollywood and Highland area was developing and population was growing extensively in that area. They deployed officers, roughly 40 to 60, depending on the time period, just to the Hollywood entertainment area. And they saw a 42% reduction in Part 1 crimes. Now, similar to Venice Beach, because of fiscal struggles, that unit was reduced significantly in some steps starting in early 2021. And the result has been a 68% increase in Part 1 crimes, unfortunately, in that Hollywood entertainment district. Again, interestingly, arrests were not the key feature of the initial deployment of the HED. It was foot beats and sort of the traditional police presence models, horses, foot beats, bicycle patrols. Just having police visible in the area led to that fairly significant reduction. So I'll close here just to sum up, and then happy to take your questions. Across academic disciplines, across actual experiments throughout the country, and not just here in Los Angeles, but in these other major cities that we considered, it is clear that the data show that an increase in officers does reduce crime, and specifically the rates of murder, robbery, auto theft, and aggravated assault are affected the most positively among all of the Part 1 crimes. I appreciate all of your time and attention, and Commissioner Briggs or any of the members here, I welcome your questions.
Commander Laurie, thank you very much for a very comprehensive and well-researched report that you've given today. I appreciate it. I suspected as much, but I certainly wanted to see what the data actually showed here. I'm going to put you on the spot, Commander. Looking at our city right now, and using an old term, if we needed to have a surge in officer or deployment of officers in the city, where would you suggest that surge go?
That's a good question, Chief Choi, isn't it? Yeah, I will let Chief Choi chime in, except I will say that I obviously selected those 3 areas intentionally because they are places that we had so-called surges or increases in deployment before. So those are 3 really important places to look, probably because of their cultural significance, their population significance. But I think that answer floats depending on where crime peaks out. And of course, that's a complicated algorithm, but I'll let the chief take more than that.
Thank you. Yeah, very similar to what Commander Lurie is saying. I think depending on population, the types of crime in the various divisions, you know, some divisions have more violent crime prevalent in their neighborhoods, and others have more property crime prevalent in their neighborhoods. Depending on what we're trying to combat, that's where our deployment will be, much like it is today. With the limited resources that we have, when we put together task force or we have additional overtime violent crime funds, we deploy additional officers in very specific targeted areas. If we were to have an increase in the number of deployable officers, you know, I won't say miraculously, but if that happens, we will definitely look at our crime trends and our populations in certain areas to have that deployment. I will say too, you know, the chief says this quite often, that cops count, cops matter, and the number of cops do matter. I just want to add a little more context in that a crime strategy is very complex. It is, we know now based on this presentation, and I think we knew before, just as Commissioner Briggs had mentioned, that the number of cops impact the level of crime. I also want to throw out there though that there are many other factors that impact the level of crime, and just I want to make sure we keep that in context. For example, the Venice Beach comparison that you made, we had a huge increase in the homeless population in Venice Beach during that same time period, and many of them added to the victimization, meaning became victims in that area because of the opportunity. But I absolutely agree that visible presence is a very, very strong deterrent for crime. So
thank you, Chief Choi. At this point, I'm going to ask whether any other commissioners have questions of either Chief Choi or Commander Laurie. Commissioner Decker.
Thank you. And thank you, Chief Choi. I was going to ask about kind of community dynamics and engagement. And so you answered that question. Thank you. Commander Laurie, thank you for that presentation. Very much appreciated. As I understand your study, your presentation, you looked at academic studies, reviewed data from that, and also applied their methodologies to 3 areas that we all know very much about because they had surges and then cutbacks. is that generally accurate? I want to be sure I understand.
Yes, when you say applied their methodology, essentially, yes, but what all I'd ordered up was sort of a time study. And in this case, the crime shift is so drastic, it's pretty clear. I'm not a professional statistician, but the minute you remove those extra deployments, there's a significant spike. But yes, it is through learning from my two professor colleagues and the other studies that we chose how to focus there. The reason for those three areas is they're the best example in Los Angeles of a less gradual, like a sudden carve out where there's a lot more officers, so that the data shift is more sudden.
Right. And so to address a little bit of Chief Choi's comment, it was so dramatic and clear, like there one day, not there the next, that
Correct.
you could see the difference. And the primary difference was whether police officers were there.
That's exactly right.
So it tries to neutralize some other factors just by taking that into account. Commander, you said you had some academic colleagues, and I'm sorry if I missed your explanation of this. Now, did they review the data to do kind of like a peer review process, or were they just consulting you as you went through this process?
Yeah, great question. So they are the primary authors of several of the studies that I reviewed for this, which is how I came to find them.
Mhm.
They did not specifically review the data that I presented on Los Angeles. The other cities are a combination of the papers that they have published and some of those other journals I mentioned. Those stats and the effect of those programs in Dallas, New York, Washington, those are all the subject of the existing peer-reviewed literature, selected in much the same way. Like they were looking for natural experiments for sudden increases and decreases in deployment. So for instance, the terror alert level provided that, because sometimes literally overnight, there might be dozens more police officers in a given area. And then overnight, they might be gone when the terror alert was brought back down. So that's the methodology they used and other authors have used in trying to find what they call natural experiments. Obviously, we're not going to add officers or remove them to run that experiment because the consequences of increased crime are too great for that. So they had to find natural situations where it occurred for other reasons.
And since they've now assisted you or helped you in the process, is there some opportunity that they may write and use the data to do further studies, the data from LAPD that you've put together?
Yes, absolutely. Particularly Professor Williams and I have now, we've now struck up a professional relationship. So he is interested in some of our data and we're working through that. He has, even though he's at Barnard all the way back east, he has a few research folks here on the West Coast. So yes, we're hoping to develop that relationship more for us to learn and for them to provide us with knowledge at their level. So hopefully this symbiosis will happen. And it seems like the relationship is definitely moving in that direction. It's of course been a short time since we all met.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, because it'd be interesting to have, that academic process and the peer review process that they go through to scrutinize the data in even more detail. So it'd be nice to get there more. I don't want to minimize your presentation in any way whatsoever, but obviously when you go through a publication process, it goes through a lot more scrutiny. So
yep, 100%.
So it'd be wonderful to see how they ultimately review all that data. So thank you very much, Commander. I appreciate it. Thank you, Commissioner Briggs.
Thank you, Commissioner Decker. Commissioner Soboroff, did you have any questions? Commander Laurie, thank you very much. I think this is very enlightening. And I'm going to recommend at least that the PowerPoint presentation that you put together be sent over to the City Council Public Safety Committee for the benefit of its committee members, because I think it's well thought out and they should have access to it as well. Thank you very much again.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
At this time, we'll move to item 4B on the agenda, the department's 2021 Professional Standards Bureau Annual Review. And that Deputy Chief Rimpunis is going to be presenting. Yeah.
Hello, good morning, Commissioner Briggs.
Good morning, Chief from Kunis. How are you today?
Good, thanks, sir. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you. We can hear you really well. Thank you.
Okay, I wanted to take this opportunity. I'm in a conference room with the command staff here at Internal Affairs Division, and I wanted to just introduce them, but we're having technical difficulties with our larger computer and our TV, but I just want to give credit because they are here. They helped author the 2021 annual report. I'm here with Commander Ralph Ramirez, Captain John Shaw, Captain Lonnie Childs, our department's subject matter expert, Sergeant Ryan Talley, in regards to bias policing, and Detective Michael Hackman, who is our project and research coordinator here at Professional Standards Bureau. I also had a PowerPoint that I wanted to bring up on screen, but since we're having some difficulties, I'll try to maneuver through it without the PowerPoint, and then if we get it back up, we'll catch up as we proceed.
Thank you, Chief. Go ahead and proceed.
Yes, sir. I'd like to thank Commissioner Bonner. I know he's not here, but Commissioner Bonner was very instrumental in the revision of our 2021 report. I believe 2 years ago, there was a report that was generated that highlighted a lot of data and tables that was not really user-friendly to review and read. So we've taken great consideration. Hopefully we produce a report that is easy to follow and easy to follow and a little more user-friendly to read and digest a lot of the information contained in it.
Share the screen.
I think we're going to be able to share the screen here for our PowerPoint. I think we got this up and running. Okay, Commissioner Briggs, can you see the PowerPoint? No. I don't know if you can hear anymore. It is open. Okay, Commissioner Briggs, I'm just going to proceed.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. The disciplinary process begins with a member of the public or department employee alleging misconduct against a department employee. A complaint can allege any type of misconduct from a discourteous remark to the commission of a crime. In addition, the department may initiate a complaint investigation against an employee for violations of department policy and procedure. Investigations are then sent to Internal Affairs Division or an employee's chain of command for investigation. Allegations of bias policing, criminal acts, false arrests, illegal search, and other more serious allegations are assigned to Internal Affairs Division. Minor misconduct allegations such as discourtesy or neglect of duty are commonly assigned to an employee's chain of command. Complaints are a small percentage of total department activities. The department had over 1.3 million public contacts in 2021. Over 428,000 individuals were detained by officers, resulting in over 135,000 citations and 46,804 arrests. These resulted in only 4,044 complaints, just under 1% of all field detentions. 2021 had 4,044 complaints, a 3.7% increase from 2020 and a 5% increase from 2019. Public complaints were the largest source of complaints, 3,167 in total. Department initiated complaints, 475, and department employee initiated complaints were the next two largest categories. Demographically, officers who had sustained complaints aligned with overall department demographics. Additionally, patrol represented over half of sustained complaints in line with their community-facing positions. We do see divergence in complaint demographics versus City of LA data. Black complainants were the source of 40% of non-public complaints, just over 4 times their respective population share. Hispanic, white, Asian were all small percentages of complaints than their respective population share. When considering complaints as a proxy for community trust, this is potentially a useful metric to gauge over time the successfulness of our efforts to strengthen trust in each of the city's diverse communities. For demographic data, the following caveats apply. Complaint demographics are based on known data only. For anonymous complaints, some social media complaints, and a few other categories, usually not in-person complaints, complaint demographics are not necessarily known. Employee race, gender captured when the employee is identified and matched against a personnel roster. Accused employees' work function totals do not match race, gender totals because of missing or invalid data in the connection to the department planning system database. This is a system, this system is currently being investigated and working with our internal technology bureau for a fix. Non-sustained complaint allegations saw a substantial increase in 2021 from prior years, including a nearly 25% increase from 2020, 10,603 versus 8,503. There are several notable causes for this. The department uses progressive discipline to correct employees' behavior. In 2021, actions could have been different rose to 958 from 527 from the year prior. It's an 82% increase. Allegations framed for failing to wear face covering comprise a significant part of that increase and reflect a training-led effort to ensure compliance with ever-changing public health guidance. Insufficient evidence to adjudicate increased from 910 to 493, 85% increase, and reflected closing complaints related to safe LA mobilization where the other officer could not be identified. The top 5 allegations for 2021 are the following: neglect of duty, unbecoming conduct, discourtesy, unauthorized force tactics, detention violation, search violation, and a category what we consider all other allegations. To bring more specificity to the all other allegations category, there are 3,068 allegations. We understand from the recent ethics enforcement section report that the board would like more details on broad categories of allegations. Professional Standards Bureau has already started to work to identify discrete categories of neglect of duty to provide this data. Additionally, 4 other broad categories mentioned, here is some additional supplemental data. In the area of all other allegations, their domestic altercation, currently 19, failure to appear, 12, narcotics, drugs, 11. A large contingent of other allegations contain body-worn digital in-car video violations that comprise 206. In the area of unbecoming conduct, as the PowerPoint shows, there are multiple violations within that, but the biggest violation is in the area of miscellaneous, 2,235. A miscellaneous violation could capture everything from a tattoo showing in uniform or parking 8 inches to a curb. Just wanted to highlight that miscellaneous carries a large volume of allegations. In regards to adjudications, body-worn video and digital in-car video aids in adjudications. 74 complaints with sustained allegations were assisted in the adjudication by body-worn video. The same is true for 13 complaints by digital in-car video. Approximately 450 complaints were resolved as demonstrably false because of video evidence. Approximately 1,250 were unfounded from video. In the area of biased policing complaints, in 2021, approximately 3/4 of biased policing allegations, 869 were unfounded. An additional 51 were proven to be demonstrably false. Mediations, alternative complaint resolution resolved 95 allegations. These statistics only refer to the allegation for biased policing itself. In many cases, the department observes other misconduct and adds additional allegations to address it. And I think it's important to highlight an example of that. For instance, a motor officer uses a laser to determine a vehicle 500 feet away is going 60 miles an hour in a 35-mile-an-hour zone. The officer is assigned to speed enforcement detail and cites every violator exceeding 10 miles per hour over the speed limit. The characteristics of the violator cannot be determined from the distance. When handing a citation to the violator after a traffic stop, the officer says, "You need to not go so discourteous statement in the future. In this case, an allegation for biased policing is likely to be unfounded because the characteristics of the violator were not a factor in the decision to detain and cite. The department will add an allegation for discourtesy and sustain this based on the unprofessional use of profanity during the encounter. The department has a very inclusive and liberal threshold to take a biased policing complaint. Even in situations where the community member insists they do not want a complaint, commonly this occurs when members of the community make spontaneous statements. I do want to note to the Police Commission that we are in the process of reviewing the State of California Auditor Report. There was a report that was generated April 26 by the state auditor, in which they conducted an audit on 5 police agencies. They had key recommendations, and one of the recommendations within that audit was adopting a uniform definition for bias conduct. I believe that's important because that audit and those recommendations are going before the state legislator to redo or relook at the bias policing definition. So we will work in partnership with the state and the Police Commission as we move through that process when this is brought before the state legislature. Closed versus sustained complaints. Approximately a little over 1 in 10 complaints result in a sustained allegation, a rate that is held consistent over time. Valley, South, and Central Bureau saw actually increase the percent at which complaints were sustained, while West Bureau saw a slight decrease. In regards to COVID-19 face covering complaints, employees who failed to wear a face covering in accordance with policy remain subject to a complaint in the progressive discipline process. Complaints for failing to wear a face covering were accepted from the public, whether or not the member of the public was present for the encounter. A total of 153 complaints were closed that contained at least one allegation for an employee failing to wear a face covering. In regards to the Safe LA mobilization data, as of January 18th, 2022, a total of 195 of the 222 complaints from Safe LA were closed. In those, there were 712 allegations. While the annual review includes data on Safe LA, Professional Standards Bureau is preparing a standalone Safe LA update, which will be completed within the next 2 months. Detailed discussions about these incidents will occur at that time. And in conclusion, Board of Rights hearings. Board of Rights hearings consist of 3 members holding a quasi-judicial process where the department employee both present evidence about allegations. The department has the power to find an officer guilty or not guilty and recommend a disciplinary penalty, including termination, suspension, and demotion. Traditional boards consist of 1 civilian hearing examiner hired by the Police Commission and 2 command staff officers. Recently, all civilian boards consist of 3 civilian hearing examiners. This began in June of 2019. In 2021, there were 26 directed board of rights and 17 opted board of rights. Directed hearings encompass those in which the chief of police directed an employee with a recommendation that the employee be terminated. Opted hearings are those in which the chief of police served the officer with discipline of demotion or a suspension up to 22 days, and the officer opted to appeal the matter to a board of rights. This concludes the points within the 2021 annual report. Commissioner Briggs and the team is available for any questions.
Thank you, Chief Rampunis. I have a couple of questions, and perhaps you gave this information, and I know that we had a report earlier, well, last year actually, and it deals with the notion of biased policing and the number of complaints received of biased policing and the number of unfounded. Can you just go over that for me just briefly again? What is the total number of biased policing complaints received?
So we look at biased policing allegations, and there was a total of 869, because we have to remember, of the 4,044 total complaints, there are multiple allegations within each complaint. So what we do here Sergeant Talley and her team, we look at the bias policing allegations, and those are investigated within the complaint. So for bias policing, there were 869 allegations that were unfounded in 2021.
So I guess you misunderstood my question then. What was the total number of bias policing complaints? And then I want the total number of those complaints that were unfounded. Or are you saying that is the total number of complaints and all of them were determined to be unfounded?
Correct. There was 869 allegations where we pulled the allegations out of various complaints, because within a bias policing complaint, there's multiple other allegations, if that's making sense, sir. So what we
wanted to just clarify, how many total bias policing allegations did the department receive? And of those, I think you're saying 869 were unfounded.
Yes, correct.
Okay, so how many did they receive total? Did we receive?
Okay, give me a minute to find those numbers. Yes. What was it? Okay, so go ahead.
So there was a total of 1,057 bias policing complaints last year. And of the 1,057, 869 were unfounded.
And of those that were determined to be unfounded, can you tell me, in making that determination, did you rely on body-worn video?
Yes, sir, we did.
Of the 869 that were determined to be unfounded, did you rely on body-worn video for all 869?
I wouldn't say all, but the majority of them were unfounded because of video. So what happens is when we do our investigation here, we just put the facts into the report and then we send it out to the division. And it is up to the division to determine what the allegation will be. If that did not occur, and it could be assisted with outside video, which is why I say it's not always body worn. It could be DICV, it could be cell phone video, but that's what helps to go towards the adjudication of unfounded.
So Commissioner Briggs, so just to emphasize that point, regarding all body worn or all bias policing complaints, there's multiple sources of video. So we will check all body worn video regarding every officer that might be involved in that incident. There's external video, there's video, street video, cell phone video, digital in-car video. There's recordings sometimes that folks provide to us. So whatever is available from the evidence side to evaluate and review a bias policing complaint is done by our team. All bias policing complaints are handled at Professional Standards Bureau. So Sergeant Talley and her team review every single one of those complaints, and it goes through the whole review process. And upon closeout, Commander Ramirez. So there's multiple levels of review to ensure that all evidence obtained within that investigation is reviewed at all levels to ensure that we capture and we review everything possible so we can have the correct outcome of that complaint.
I recall when this was presented, and I believe it might have been by our own Inspector General in one of his reports, that of the number of unfounded complaints, there was a large percentage where some of the complainants or complaining individuals refused to cooperate. And this is why you ultimately came to a conclusion that it was unfounded. Can you give me a percentage of the 869 unfounded bias policing complaints was a result of a witness not cooperating, if you have that available?
Commissioner Briggs, I'm probably going to have to research that and report back to you on that percentage.
Okay. Thank you very much. I have no other questions. Commissioner Decker, did you have any questions?
I do, thank you. Just to follow up with a few of Commissioner Briggs' question, if I followed it correctly, Chief Kunis, I understand 1,057 bias policing complaints were filed last year. Do I have that number right?
Correct.
And 869 were unfounded. The remaining 200, what's their status? Approximate 200.
Yes, Commissioner, so 51 of them are demonstrably false. And when we look at demonstrably false, then we definitely have to rely on video or audio in order to support that adjudication. Along with it, we were able to utilize mediation in 95 of those investigations, or ACR, the alternate complaint resolution. And so those are some of the big groupings of those that were not unfounded.
Thank you very much. That's helpful to know. I just wanted to close the loop on those numbers. I have some other questions that are more big picture, just to be sure I'm understanding the report correctly. And that I'm looking at the numbers correctly. So as I understand the report, and by the way, I do want to thank your entire team, Chief Kunis, the report, the presentation. It is much better than reports in the past. I don't want to undermine the reports that were given in the past, but I understand to reformat, represent, and present it in a way, particularly for public consumption. It is far more readable and understandable, and it gives broader context to everything that took place. So I do thank you and your team for that. But a few questions to be sure that I'm reading it correctly. The 4,044 public complaints or total complaints, when I added that up with the resolution, the resolution, both non-sustained and sustained, is well over 10,000. So to get from the 4,000 filed complaints, that means, as you stated earlier, that some of the complaints had multiple allegations. Is that correct? And the adjudication is by allocation. Is that how you reconcile the numbers?
Yes, ma'am. So there's a number of complaints with multiple allegations, usually within one complaint. And then some complaints have multiple officers, which can change the numbers, and usually it goes up with the amount of people involved in one single incident, one complaint.
Very good. Am I to understand that the adjudication of all those 4,000 complaints from 2021 are now complete?
No,
that doesn't seem to add up.
Correct. So there's multiple complaints that have come in. We still have complaints that have been told from 2020. So there's multiple reasons, lawsuits, claims for damages that come in at various times. So the short answer is we still have open complaints from multiple years. But so as we work through this, our goal is closing complaints within 5 months, but sometimes based on criminal allegations and working with the DA's office and other city departments, it doesn't always work that way. But our goal is to close complaints within 5 months, but there are open from 2020, 21, and even 19.
Right. And I would imagine that is true for all the reasons that you stated. I think I would find it helpful if there was a accounting of some sort in these reports about the length of time, how many of your cases are actually resolved within the goal of 5 months, and how many are outstanding. And in particular, when you present the Board of Rights data, I'm taking it, I would assume that few of those cases are actually from 2021, that they're actually from prior years. And it'd be helpful to know what year we're talking about those complaints were filed and then adjudicated. I would imagine very few, maybe a couple, are from 2021, but most are from prior years. Would that assumption be correct, Chief?
Yes, ma'am. You are 100% correct.
And I do want to thank you for stating earlier, having a better breakdown of broad categories like neglect of duty and unbecoming conduct. I think we need to have a better understanding of what is actually happening there. So thank you for already addressing that. And I believe that might be all of my questions. Just let me take a look at my notes. Yes, Commissioner Briggs, thank you very much. That ends my questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Decker. Commissioner Sobroff, any questions from you?
No, sir, I'm fine. Thank you.
Thank you. Chief Ramkunis, thank you very much. And thank you everyone in your team for putting together a comprehensive report, one that is easy to digest. Really appreciate all your efforts as well as that of Commissioner Bonner in assisting you with that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
At this time, I believe we're going to go to item 4C.
I think we have to accept.
Oh,
we have to
sorry, you're
vote.
correct. I move that we approve the report. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
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 Thank you. Motion carries. Thank you, Commissioner Decker. At this time, we'll go to item 4C on the agenda, the agreement between the City of Los Angeles and Motorola Solutions for the premium mobile. Commander Goddard.
Good morning, Commissioners, Chief Choi, Mr. T-Fank, Inspector General. I'm going to talk about our proposed contract with Motorola Solutions, and based on some of the public comments, what it is and what it is not. If you recall, on April the 12th, I actually did a verbal presentation to this commission regarding our inability to report national incident-based reporting system crime statistics to Cal DOJ and FBI based on not having a records management system. Essentially what this contract does is it resolves that problem to give us the ability to collect the data that is required by the FBI under the NIBRS model and be able to report that data to the Cal DOJ and the FBI so that data can be published to the United States. Where we are right now, we're on a paper-based system. So when an officer calls for a service and there's been a crime committed, officer responds out to the victim. They pull out a piece of paper, they pull out their pencil, they get the information from the victim, they fill out the form, they complete the form goes through various levels of review. Ultimately, that form goes to our records area. It's a data input into a very antiquated consolidated crime analysis database that is decades old and no longer supported. All of the analysts within the city that was able to support these legacy systems retired as a result of the COVID pandemic and the early retirement system. So there is nobody left in the city, not with an LAPD or ITA, to be able to support these systems. After that data input is done, the paper, again, a paper process, is copied half a dozen times, sent to detectives, sent to the file cabinet, sent downtown. So you can think about all of the human resources that go into this really 20th century paper-based system. That requires a lot of paper, photocopying, human resource, and time, and it's much more cumbersome for the way we do business. So what a records management system does, and what this contract will help us get to, is to digitize this process. So instead of the officer going out to the scene and filling out a piece of paper, they'll be able to use their smartphone, they'll be able to use their computer inside their vehicle or the desktop back at the station. They will put all the information that they need to investigate this crime into this system. And going back to NIBRS, there's a lot more information that NIBRS requires, and the workflows are detailed and expansive within that system to gather the information the officer needs, and then to be able to submit this through the various levels to their supervisor, to detectives, all paperless, all one time, meaning right now under the paper-based system, officer may have to input information 10 different times in 10 different forms. With this system, this RMS system, it will allow the officer to enter the information once and the information will then be carried over to any other forms that's required, from the intake of the crime information to the booking of the suspect. So that's where we are today, and it's critical that we get off of this outdated system, not only because we don't have the resources to support the system if it were to crash, but also the millions of dollars that the city is spending right now to support the system. Under the California Department of Technology up in Sacramento, we don't even have the capability within the city to support this mainframe within the city. We have to contract out with the California Department of Technology up in Sacramento, millions of dollars a year for this. This contract will get us off of that, will get us off the mainframe, and be able to save millions of dollars every year. This contract will also update our computer-aided dispatch system. So all of the 911 calls, all of the calls that service that come into our communications, we have a computer-aided dispatch system. Motorola is our current vendor for that system. Part of this proposed agreement, it will allow us to update that system to the latest software so that we can answer those 911 calls sooner, that we can dispatch calls for service sooner. We get the information we need, and we have a solid infrastructure to be able to get these calls for service and without the system going down. What this system also does is it takes the RMS and it integrates it with our computer-aided dispatch system. So it's an end-to-end system that essentially will start at the 911 call, the call for service with an incident number, with the information that the dispatcher's obtaining from the caller, putting into the system. That will go into the RMS system automatically and will continue out all the way through the investigation, to the case management of the detectives, through the property management, and ultimately be able to share the information with the prosecutors, the DA's office or the city attorney's office. Finally, this has been months of work, and I'd like to thank the ITV team for all the work that they did in the negotiations with Motorola. I also like to thank the fiscal group, our partners at City Attorney's Office, for getting this on the agenda today. This is such a critical issue to be able to move forward and get us off the mainframe, and I wanted to say thank you to those entities. And this definitely helps us move forward with our department goal and the city's goals of strategic goals for technology in the future. That's the end of my presentation. I will turn it over to you for any questions.
Thank you, Commander Goddard. Commissioner Stecker or Soboroff, did you have any questions?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Commander, for your presentation. Much appreciated, and to everyone on your team that's worked on this project. Just for follow-up and some clarity, so the department is required to report data to the FBI under the NIBR system, as you previously presented back in April, and this system allows that to happen, whereas right now it cannot happen, correct?
That's correct.
The selection process of Motorola, without telling me the substance of your conversations with the city attorney, the department consulted with the city attorney's office regarding the process that was used. Is that correct?
That's correct, ma'am.
When you say the old RMS system is no longer supported, can you just briefly explain what that means? You did say there are no longer city employees that can support it, but can you explain in a little more detail what that means?
Yes, so our CCAD system is written in assembler and COBOL. These are very old type of technology and coding. And the folks that used to be able to go into the system and add field because of state law that required us to add additional information, all those folks that were able to go in there, support it, understand it, have since retired. We've had some difficulty trying to find vendors, third-party vendors, to be able to support it because assembler and COBOL in the world of technology is a 20th century type of coding. Nobody uses it anymore. So that's what I mean when what we're using is no longer supported. And we hope that it will continue to get us to where we need to get before it fails.
Got it. The money for this project is already allocated by the city, is that correct?
That's correct. We have funding in our current budget, and we did not seek out any new funding for this.
Does this system have anything to do with facial recognition?
No, that's a good point. Thank you. And that's why I wanted to kind of lay out what the system is. It is a records management system. It's just a way of ingesting the information digitally instead of using paper. This is not surveillance. This is purely a records management system to be able to process what we did with paper, now using technology.
So nothing to do with facial recognition?
No, ma'am.
Biometrics?
No biometrics.
Does it increase the department's surveillance capabilities whatsoever?
No, ma'am.
And anything to do with the CalGangs database?
No, ma'am. This is just ingesting crime information like we would on paper.
Okay, thank you very much. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Decker. And I presume Commissioner Sobroff, do you have any questions?
No, I'm fine. I got it. Thumbs up.
I move that we approve the department's report and transmit it to the mayor and city council. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been made and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Motion carries. Let's go to the next item on the agenda, item 4D, which is the agreement between the city of Los Angeles and Axon Enterprises for fleet in-car regarding platform. We have, again, Commander Goddard.
Yes, sir. So again, currently where we are today, our current vendor for our digital in-car video system is Safely Combine. This is approximately 11 years old and really began to reach its end of life approximately 6 years ago. I'm sure you all have seen some of the quality of the video. It's very poor, it's outdated, it's not 21st century. And with that, the amount of videos that we intake every traffic stop essentially has made it unsustainable to store the video on premise. So these are the two things that we're looking at as our huge problems. We have an outdated end-of-life system that doesn't integrate with our body-worn video cameras, that we're having to store all the video on premise, which is unsustainable as we're running out of space. So we looked at various vendors, 3 to be specific, to look at how can we maximize technology to make the evidence better, to have it cloud-based in a secure location that meets the FBI CJIS compliance, and also to make the officers' jobs easier out in the field. So there was only one vendor that could do all of these things, and that was Axon, who is our current vendor for our body-worn video. They have a digital in-car video called Fleet 3. So what this does is it integrates with the body-worn video. So essentially when the officer is required to activate their digital in-car video because we're responding to an emergency call, or they're doing a traffic stop for enforcement action, the body-worn video will automatically also activate. So instead of them doing 2 things, now they only have to do 1. So it gives them more focus on what is before them. Also, with regards to where the video goes. Right now, the digital car video goes to one system. And when supervisors or the department needs to get into that system, they access that system. When the body-worn video goes to evidence.com and they access that system. For our current system for digital car video, the only way to get that information and share it with prosecutors is to download on a CD and provide that CD over to the city attorney or the district attorney for whatever purpose it's needed. Under this proposed contract with the Fleet 3 system, all video, digital car video and body-worn video will go over to evidence.com, will be accessed in one location, will be stored in the cloud securely, and could easily be shared through the system with our partners at the city attorney's office and district attorney's office without having to burn any CDs, without having to send anything over. It's all automatic with regards to the system going in there, showing who you want to share it with, who has access to it, and sharing it with them. We have unlimited data storage through evidence.com. So we don't have to worry about running out of space. And one thing that I'm really excited about, as you all know, the current digital in-car video system requires officers to have a wireless microphone attached to their belts. Another piece of equipment that has an antenna, that has a carrying case, and has costs associated with it. This agreement, this contract, eliminates the need for that wireless microphone. And essentially it leverages the body-worn video camera, which will be used as the microphone outside of the vehicle, and integrates with the digital car video. And then also inside the vehicle, there are microphones built into the camera system itself that's able to pick up all the conversations in the front passenger compartment and the rear passenger compartment. So that's a big win, I believe, for the officers. One less piece of equipment that they have to carry, another piece of equipment we don't have to purchase anymore, and everything is seamlessly integrated together. This will outfit our entire fleet of approximately 1,500 vehicles with this agreement. And it's really an end-to-end support. So from the installation of the equipment to the cloud storage to the warranty, if anything were to happen with the equipment through the 5-year agreement, it would be replaced free of charge as part of the agreement. Again, we did not require any new funding for this. This is a hard negotiated deal that we were able to get with Axon, and it does not require any additional funds. That's the conclusion of my report.
And thank you, Commander Goddard. Commander Goddard, you just said something. You said 1,500 vehicles versus 15,000 vehicles?
1,500 vehicles. So this is 1,500 vehicles within the fleet that will be outfitted with this equipment.
So not all the vehicles within the fleet, just a select number.
So this would outfit all of our black and white vehicles that are used in patrol uniform functions. All vehicles that are currently outfitted as required by department policy to have a digital car video for enforcement action would be replaced under this agreement.
So you mentioned something else about the elimination of a microphone. I mean, I like that, but now we're going to be reliant on the body-worn video to act as a microphone, right?
Correct. The body-worn video, the built-in microphone with the body-worn video would integrate with the digital car video, and that would be the microphone. There's no need for additional microphone.
But that will require that the officers activate the body-worn video in order for the microphone to be fully integrated.
And that's one of the things I mentioned before. The genius of this system is when I activate either or, when I activate my digital car video system, it automatically through Bluetooth activates my body-worn video. So I remember when I was in operations, one of the requirements that officers have is as they're responding to an emergency code 3 lights and siren radio call, they are required to activate their body-worn video. And we would see failures for officers not doing that because they have so many other things going on. Well, with this system, when they activate those overhead lights and siren to respond to that emergency call, their body-worn video automatically is activated. So we will not have any more failures.
What about the situations where the officer hasn't gone code 3? They're going to have to manually activate at that point, though.
So when they do any enforcement action with their vehicle, whether it's full overhead or what we would call mode 2 with the single blue and red light in the front, that will activate the digital car video, and that will also activate the body-worn video. Now, if they're doing enforcement action outside of the vehicle, like they would now, nothing's changed. They would be required to activate their body-worn video just as any other situation would require.
Thank you. I have no further questions. Commissioner Decker or Commissioner Sobrow? Commissioner Decker, I'm sorry.
Thank you. So again, the money is allocated for this, correct?
Yes,
And,
ma'am.
and you've already consulted with the city attorney regarding the process?
We have.
And with respect to the questions from Commissioner Briggs, I want to be sure I too understand. So if the digital in-car video is activated, it automatically activates the body worn, correct?
Correct.
What if an officer under current practice then activates his body worn? Does it turn it off?
No. And
Okay.
another thing about this, there's a lot of configuration, so we can configure it as we see fit. So, but to answer your question, no.
No. Okay. So there's no risk of that happening. That right now officers are trained to turn it on. And if they just muscle memory prompts them to do that, they're not accidentally then turning it off. Correct?
No.
Okay. All right. Very good. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Decker. At this time, I move that we approve the department's report and transmit it to the mayor and the city council. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion been made and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Motion carries. Thank you, Commander Goddard, for two great presentations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
At this time, we'll go to item 4E on the agenda. Excuse me, a report with respect to the Summit of America security requirements. Can we have Deputy Chief Kowalski and Commander Paulson?
Good morning, Mr. President, and good morning.
Good morning, Chief Kowalski and Commander Paulson.
Morning.
For the Summit of Americas, I'll be serving as the LAPD's incident commander, and Commander Paulson will be the deputy incident commander for the event. On April 28th, Chief Moore, he provided a written correspondence to the board that outlined the overview of the event, our primary objectives, a preliminary staffing model for the department, and the federal, state, and local partners involved in the planning and execution of this event. In addition to what's outlined in that correspondence, it should be noted that detailed planning and coordination has been ongoing on a daily basis with our federal, state, and local partners. And that includes, we've been involved in weekly strategic planning meetings with local leadership from the U.S. Secret Service and the State Department's Diplomatic Security Services. We've also begun weekly tabletop exercises. Those have been hosted by the U.S. Secret Service, involving the LAPD incident management members. And tabletop exercises have been planned out by both the FBI and the LAPD over the next 2 weeks. And those will continue on up until the event on June 6th. The purpose of these exercises is to work through various scenarios that will test our operational capabilities, notification protocols, and our resiliency to handle any scenario from the most basic to any complex scenario that we may face during those 5 days. We've also been involved in a law enforcement steering committee working group that involves all the law enforcement partners assigned to this event. And that at that meeting, we provide timely updates to each other on venues, schedules, and any dignitaries that are involved in the event. And currently, we also host a bi-weekly executive leadership meeting with the city family partners to include Emergency Management Department and the Mayor's Office. And with most of the venues identified at this point, we've outlined a plan to augment and support the U.S. Secret Service deployment at each venue to ensure the appropriate security footprint is established for the entire operational period. And additionally, Commander Paulson has conducted weekly briefings with Commissioner Bonner on the status of our plan for the event. We're less than 4 weeks away from the event beginning. We've briefed Chief Moore, and the department will be fully mobilized from June 6th through the 10th. And that's to ensure we have sufficient resources to not only meet our established objectives, but to facilitate and support any First Amendment demonstrations that may occur throughout the city. We're prepared to answer any questions you may have for us about this planning.
Thank you, Chief Kowalski and Commander Paulson. I imagine, just imagine, you know, this is Los Angeles. We're famous for traffic. I imagine that the traffic is going to be particularly challenged during this time period. Can you speak to that broadly, if you would?
Well, obviously, one of one of the objectives that we've had in building this out is having a robust traffic plan, and that includes our partners at the Department of Transportation. So for us in looking at this, anytime a dignitary does come into Los Angeles, this is always an issue that faces us, what areas of the city could be impacted by any type of movements of a dignitary. So obviously, with this being a 5-day plan and deployment and multiple days where dignitaries could be moving around the city, inevitably there will be impacts to the city. We're balancing the conveniences to the community with the security and sensitivity of high-level dignitaries being moved. So we'll be able to try to find that right balance of informing the community and the media about any type of street closures. But obviously, we're taking steps already in informing many of our stakeholders that could be impacted by these inconveniences.
Thank you, Chief Kowalski. I have no further questions. Commissioner Decker.
Thank you, Commissioner Briggs. Chief Commander, thank you. Can you tell me whether this has been designated a national special security event by DHS?
It's been designated a Tier 3 at this point, ma'am, and these discussions have been held at the highest levels with Washington, D.C. In terms of what does that mean for our department? In our conversations with the Secret Service, the FBI, and the State Department, they have assured us that they will provide full support, whatever resources are needed, consistent with a Tier 1 event or an NSE event. So this was early on in the process. This was discussed extensively. I think from the mayor's office with our California governor and Washington, D.C., and the decision was made to make this a Tier 3. Commander Paulson, if you wanted to add any content to that answer as far as the Tier 3 and what that may mean.
Yeah, when the council, the federal council that designates these items based on their briefing of the events and the request by the local authorities, when they made the decision, they did extend, however, the courtesy, which the not previously seen step they took of assigning a federal coordinating officer, which you generally only see in a Tier 1 event or an NSSE. So they did designate a federal coordinating officer to facilitate and streamline those communications and the assignment of appropriate federal resources where needed. So they did acknowledge that uniqueness. It appears from what we can gather that the primary factor that was considered at that level for designating this as Tier 1 appears to rely on what they believed was the limited participation, that this was an event that is not open to the public, that it does not involve tens of thousands of participants, if you will, because we did kind of look into it to try and understand how that designation came to be. But we do have again, the federal coordinating officer, and he is somebody that we have an established relationship with here in the LA area.
Very good, thank you. I may want to follow up with you offline regarding all of that, but I appreciate your response very much and your efforts to ensure full access to resources and funding, et cetera. So thank you very much for that. Commissioner Briggs, nothing further. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner Decker. Commissioner Soboroff.
I'm fine, thank you.
Thank you. Then at this point, I move that we accept the department's report and transmit it to City Council. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, everyone. At this point, we're going to be moving to the closed session, which will begin at 12:15. Thank you very much.
Board of Police Commissioners will now recess into closed session to discuss agenda item 5A1 and 5A2 in accordance with Government Code 54957.
We're just waiting on Commissioner Soberoff. There he is. We've now concluded and closed session. Mr. Tiefenk, can you read out the report?
Yes, Mr. President, as relates to item 5A, officer involved shooting 032-21. The commission unanimously adopted the chief's recommendations relevant to tactics, which were administrative disapproval, 2 police officer 2s, drawing and exhibiting impolicy, 2 police officer 2s, and on a 3-0 vote, lethal use of force was out of policy, 1 police officer 2. As relates to in custody death 033-21, commission unanimously adopted the chief's recommendations on a 3-0 vote, which were tactics, tactical debrief, 3 police officer 2s, 1 police officer 3, drawing and exhibiting impolicy, 1 police officer 3, and 2 police officer 2s. That concludes the report out.
Thank you, Mr. Tiefenk. There being no further business before the Board of Police Commissioners, I move that we adjourn. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, everyone. See you next week. Have a great day.
Thank you.